Hey guys, come on downstairs. Hope I've got my audio situation ironed out. So just running a little test here. Hey guys, come on downstairs. Hope I've got my audio situation ironed out. So just running a little test here. All right, it looks like the audio is working okay. I don't have the greatest microphone in the world, but this is better than nothing. And we're gonna roll with it for now. I have like a Yeti microphone, but it's not working right for some reason, or I can't get it figured out on my new computer, so I don't know. Anyway, we're going to do a little Neofly today. Neofly is a Microsoft Flight Simulator career mode add-on, third party, and we're going to be flying this KODIAK 100 from our hub in Logan, Utah, and a couple of stops on our trip today. First one will be in Kingman, Arizona, and then we will turn around and fly back to Cedar. You know what? Let's change that. We're going to stop in Cedar City first, just in the interest of time. It took me a little bit longer to get this stream started than I thought it might. So we're going to stop first in Cedar City, Utah, and from there we will head to Kingman, Arizona. Let's pull up Neofly here real quick and show you what we got. So we've got 5 passengers going to Kingman. Let's go. So we've got 5 passengers going to Kingman. We've got 1 passenger going to Cedar City. Could make around 67,600, right around there with this trip. We do have a couple other pilots in the air right now. Nomad is flying from Canyonlands near Moab, and she is heading to KJMS. I can't remember exactly what that one was. And this guy, Vapor, he is flying from Monterey, California to Hermiston, Oregon. And these two they're going to make the lion's share of our money for right now. This is us over here in the KODIAK 100. Let's see. So we are flying out of our Logan hub. We have a Nampa hub as well, Nampa, Idaho, and Logan, Utah. We are flying out of Logan today. We will be heading south and a little bit west here to Cedar City, and then from there we're going to head down here to Kingman. So let's see if there's anything else I need to show you. I think that's about it. We will be flying today with the Google Maps server add-on. And we can go ahead and kind of get things started here. Let's pull this up real quick. Let me get my headphones on. Okay, so Logan Cache Airport is where we are leaving from today. It's our hub. It is my hometown where I grew up in, or the town that I grew up in. And let's pull up Neofly here real quick. So we've got 75% fuel and 5 passengers, just over 1,000 pounds for them. 1 passenger, 198. I've already gone ahead and put in the weights, so you can see them here. We've got 75% fuel, pilot 190. Whoops. And then we've got 168, 167, 168, 167, 168. Then we've got our 198 going to Cedar City. And then we've got about 168 pounds worth of baggage. It's kind of what we're planning for. So that's already set up. Let's go into Navigraph real quick. And we'll unload the flight I did last night and create a new flight. We are not doing sim brief, so we will go ahead and select KLGU. Which is Logan. And our first destination here is going to be KCDC, which is Cedar City Regional. So, as you can tell from the weather outside, Logan is under IFR right now. Not great visibility. Do an auto route. Let's go high altitude airways. We're in the KODIAK. We can get up above 18,000 feet. Okay. So we do an auto route here. It gives us a few waypoints. Not a ton, but a few. Let's see. So our first one is the Wasatch VOR, TCH, right near Salt Lake International Airport. With the cloud cover we got, we do have, let's see, let's look at the runways we've got here. We don't have any wind, so we're going to go ahead and take off runway 17. So we are taking off to the south. And we might fly this departure just to make sure we get enough altitude to get ourselves up over the Wellsvilles. So the Orney 1 departure, we'll add that. So the way that departure will work is we'll take off to the south, turn and head to the west to the LHO VOR. And we'll look at that in a second and see what kind of altitudes we need to get at. And then depending on, I don't know, we might just use this portion of the departure to get above the Wellsvilles or to get west of the Wellsvilles, and then we might discontinue the rest of this departure and just head to the south down here. That seems pretty reasonable to me. So Cedar City right now is VFR. Let's look at the weather they've got going on down in Cedar City. At the moment, it is subject to change, obviously. Wind from the west at 5 knots. That's not bad. Visibility is good. 43 degrees Fahrenheit. Dew point is 27 degrees. Shouldn't have any issues with icing. Humidity is 53%, but we are over freezing down there. And not looking too bad in Cedar City at the moment. Okay, so we'll worry about the runways and approaches and stuff in Cedar City a little bit later on, because that weather is likely to change just a little bit on us. So we have our flight plan set up on Navigraph. Let's go ahead and close that. We don't need the Sky4Sim open right now because we got the weights all set up. Let's take a look. It is 10:06 a.m. today. We're going with live weather. I just backed the clock up a little bit so that it's a little bit earlier in the morning when we get started. But this is the weather in Logan right now. And let's go ahead and jump in the cockpit of this Kodiak 100. I don't have the Kodiak checklist on me. It's filed away. So I'm going to have to go from memory. And I'm likely going to skip something. Last time I tried to fly this plane, I freaking crashed it on takeoff. And I don't really know why, but it's like right after I take off, the plane wants to pitch straight up. I don't think my elevator trim was trimmed like that, so I don't really know. But I'm going to trim the nose down on takeoff this time, just because of that situation that we had. So, all right, to fire up this particular plane, the first thing we need to do is open up the fuel tanks. Start with the left one, get the right one. I've got to remember to lock the shoulder harness before I start taxiing. That's something I sometimes forget. Then you come down here. Go ahead and turn on the master battery and the avionics and the auxiliary bus. Let the AHRS align. Let's go ahead and open the storm window so we can hear the engine as we start it. Let's go ahead and turn on our beacon. And the other thing I want to do is make sure the fuel valve is on. Alright, so the AHRS is still aligning. Okay, that is done. Let's go ahead and turn on our GPS. And we'll get to the GPS later in just a few minutes once we get the plane going, and we'll set up our flight plan. At this point, we want to come down here and start our fuel pump. Actually, I skipped a step here. Let's go ahead and make sure that our prop, and I can't remember if we want to start the prop in feather or we'll kind of go mid just because. I don't know, that's probably wrong. And then the throttle, idle. Before we fire it up, I just want to make sure I've got the settings right and that I will get some reverse thrust, and we do. That's right. That'll work. Okay. And we'll just kind of crack that throttle just a tiny bit. And then we'll turn the fuel pump on. This is the first time that we're starting the plane today, so we will be starting it on the low motor setting, so we will want the ignition on. So we'll toggle the ignition on, and we'll go to the low motor setting. Watch our NG, it's good. We can go ahead and introduce some fuel. So we'll go fuel conditioning to low idle. Make sure our park brake is on, it is. Alright, we got that engine purring. Let's go ahead and knock the cup holder. Close the storm window. Go ahead and come back down here. Kick on the generator and the alternator. And go ahead and turn the ignition off. Turn the starter off. And put the fuel pump on standby. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and it's a little bit overcast. Let's just give our instrument panel a little brightness. Turn the cabin lights on for a minute, and go ahead and turn the strobe light on. Get some pitot heat going. I don't know the temperature yet in Logan, but I know that it's got to be pretty cold. And I think everything looks good. Let's go ahead and maybe put the prop up to max RPMs. All right, let's see what the weather is like here in Logan. 135.275. Let's see. All right, so 135.275.
Uniform Automated Weather Observation 1700 Zulu. Wind calm.
Okay, let's set the altimeter. 2985. Okay. So it is right down around freezing in Logan, a little bit below freezing. We're going to turn on some de-icing and do bypass. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, do that first. Alright. Okay, I think we are at a point where we can enter that flight plan real quick. So we'll come down here to our GPS. Let's go ahead and go to our flight plan page. And let's go ahead and get Navigraph up. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. Okay, first of all, our origin is KLGU. Alright, so Logan cache. Let's go ahead, throw our procedure in here maybe. Oh, let's see. We're going to take off runway 17. Okay, now we'll do the procedure. Select our departure, which is going to be Orny 1 for runway 17. And go ahead and load that. Okay, so this is what we've got so far. We'll take off, head out to LHO. If we need to increase our altitude, we will do this loop up here. I might bypass it. We'll see. The other altitude is not only the Wellsvilles that we need to get over. We want to get to a decent altitude so that when we cross over Salt Lake International Airport, we are well above that airspace. Okay, so let's go ahead and start entering our route. After LHO, we have this Wasatch VOR TCH. So let's put in TCH. And yes, it's in Southwest USA. Alright. Then it looks like we're going to go to the FFU VOR. and that is near Provo. And then the Frenzy intersection. Which is also near Provo. Okay, then it looks like probably Milford VOR. What? Yeah, that's not right. That is weird. Yeah, okay. Alright. There's our Milford VOR. And after that, for right now, we just need to put in our destination. Our first one anyway, which is KCDC. Cedar City Regional. And right now I don't know what runway we'll be landing on, so I'm going to leave it as none. All right. Let's take a look at our flight plan. Okay, looks good. Alright, let's go ahead real quick before we get started here and look at the Orny departure. Just would like to see what altitude we need to be at. When we get to the Brigham City. Okay, so runway 17, a minimum climb of 276 feet per nautical mile, up to 7,100 feet. Or up to 4,700 feet if we're in visual conditions, but we are not in visual conditions. So the ground speed for 276 feet per minute per nautical mile. We will be climbing at about, I think, somewhere between 100 and 150. So we are going to want to be climbing at right around 400 feet per minute at a minimum. Whoops. Alright, so our initial climb from runway 17 is a climbing right turn to 12,000 feet. Via LHO, VOR, and then it's a right turn to Orny. I don't know that we might have to do the whole departure. I don't know that we'll be at 12,000 feet by the time we get to LHO. So yeah, it says at the LHO VOR we've got to continue to climb in the holding pattern to 12,000 feet before proceeding on course. So So 112.9 is the VOR frequency. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so we got the LHO VOR set. And the course, what was it? 294, I think. Let's look at it again. Just use the mouse. 274. Okay. So we'll set the course to 274. Okay. All right. 122.8.
Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Automated Weather Observation 1700 Zulu. Wind 289 or a tree. Visibility 4. Sky condition 1,700 feet scattered ceiling 13,300 feet broken. Temperature -1 C.
Alright, so we're getting a little bit of wind now, but it's not enough to change the runway that we're going to take off from. Just 3 knots. No big deal. So we're going to go ahead and let's see. Select runway 17. And
Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Traffic Adelyn Alpha 24 is taxiing to runway 17.
Alright, we will go ahead and begin our taxi. Okay, and I remembered this time we got to lock shoulder harness. Everybody's good back there. We don't have our 5th passenger, do we? Nope. Oh well. Okay. The other thing I've got to make sure I remember, let's go ahead, we got flaps. To 120, and then I've got to remember to put this into high idle before takeoff. And for our taxi, I'm going to bring the prop RPMs down because if I don't, well, we don't want to take it all the way down. Come on now. If I don't take it down a little bit, this thing just takes off on us. Which reminds me, we got to make sure we set that elevator trim. I'm going to kind of do it right now. Set it nose forward a little bit. Looks like the wind is starting to pick up. I'm going to switch back over to the ATIS and just make sure the wind doesn't start blowing too much.
Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Automated Weather Observation 1700 Zulu. Wind 289 or a tree. Visibility 4. Sky condition 1,700 feet scattered ceiling 13,300 feet broken. Temperature -1 C, dew point 10 C, altimeter 2985. Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Automated Weather Observation 1700 Zulu. Wind 289 or a tree. Visibility 4. Sky condition 1,700 feet scattered ceiling 13,300 feet broken. Temperature -1 C, dew point 10 C, altimeter 2985. Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Automated Weather Observation 1700 Zulu. Wind 289 or a tree. Visibility 4. Sky condition.
Alright, so this runway here, this runway 28, it's not in use anymore. They don't use this runway. So it is, I don't even think it's maintained at all. So they just use runway 17 and 35. I've taken off and landed here at this Logan Airport many times. My uncle owned a couple of hangars at the airport, including the air traffic control tower that you see right here, right there. That is actually where I got engaged to my wife, was inside that ATC tower. It's a non-working air traffic control tower that my uncle converted into a, like the top of it was a big living room area, just kind of a bunch of, whoa, where are we going? A bunch of nice couches and stuff like that. So I told my wife that we were having a family Christmas party at my uncle's, or a family get together at my uncle's hangar out at the airport. And when we got there, nobody was there, and so I just convinced her that we were early, and we just kind of hung around for a minute, looked at some of my uncle's planes, and then I was like, well, let's go upstairs into the hangar and look out at the valley, right? So we went up there, and I had it all set up to propose to her, and she didn't see it coming. Totally a surprise. And it was pretty cool because it was kind of late November-ish, mid-November, something like that. And we got up there, and I proposed. She said yes. And then, like, these huge snowflakes started falling. It was really pretty. So, kind of a memorable night for us. And that's how I got engaged. My uncle no longer owns the hangar. He doesn't live in Logan anymore. He moved to Salt Lake. So he sold the hangars, he sold his house, and now he flies in and out of Ogden Hinckley Airport. But at one point, he owned a couple of private jets. At this point right now, he just has one. He used to have one that he could fly by himself and didn't need a co-pilot. But he sold that one. He's in his 70s now, and he doesn't really like to fly by himself anymore. So his son is actually a pilot. So his son is his hired co-pilot. So he pays his son to co-pilot for him. They're both really, really good pilots. And he flies a Cessna 550 or 560, 550, 560. I think it might be a 560. I think it carries somewhere around 9 passengers, something like that. But he mostly flies it between Ogden and St. George, and Ogden and the Oregon coast. He owns houses in those two areas. But at one point, he owned 2 private jets. He had, I mean, I guess I'll go through some of the planes that he has had. At one point, he had like an Italian fighter jet, which was freaking crazy. He took me up in it once, and we flew around Logan, doing different maneuvers and stuff, which was pretty cool. It was a little 2-seater fighter jet. And he's had a float plane. He's had a couple of biplanes that were open cockpit. What else has he had? I think that's about it, really. Outside of before he got private jets, he flew like Beechcraft Bonanza, V-tail at one point. In fact, I think that's the first plane I remember ever flying in with him was the V-tail. Alright, we need to set our initial altitude here. 12,000 feet. Logan sits at 4,460 feet. So we've got to climb about 7,500 feet or so to get to 1,200. This Logan Airport scenery is just a free add-on from flightsim.to, and I'm actually super impressed with it. Like, the guy that created this should seriously sell it on the marketplace because it's extremely well done. It's not overdone. It's got a nice fence around it. Nice little maintenance truck right there. Oh, stay on the taxiway. Super impressed with the airport, man. And the best thing is I've never had like an FPS stutter, never had any type of issues with the airport. It's been super nice. And a lot of buildings, a lot of hangars and buildings out there. And it's so much better because the default airport in Logan is awful. There's not a single building. No build. It's just the runway and a big parking lot, and then just empty squares where the buildings were supposed to be. All right, we are out here to runway 17. Go ahead and come to a stop here. I want to take one more listen to the ATIS and make sure the wind hasn't picked up. I know we're at 3 knots. It's a bit of a tailwind. 3 knots isn't a big deal, but if it's increased at all, we're going to have to flip around and head down to the other end of the runway.
Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Automated Weather Observation 1700 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility
Okay.
4.
So the wind has died down a little bit.
700 feet scattered ceiling, 13,300 feet broken. Temperature 0 C, 2.10 C altimeter.
Okay. It looks like we're set. Let's go ahead and kick the conditioner into high idle. I probably should have done the prop RPMs first. And I think I'm going to go up a level of flaps. We got lots of runway here. And the fact that the nose has been pitching up on this thing, I don't want to have the flaps out if that happens again. Alright. Let's check our flight controls. Alright, so ailerons are looking good. Go this way, down. Okay, I heard the elevators. And obviously the rudder is working because we were able to taxi out here. We'll go ahead and do that anyway. And we'll kick our landing light on. Taxi light off. Okay, so we're going to be taking off to the south, and so we'll just kind of watch our VOR, and I'm just going to hand fly it and until we hit the LHO VOR, and then I may switch it over to GPS. Alright, so we're going to take off departure to the west. 9. So I usually, the ATC is horrible in this game. It's really bad. I usually use it just until I take off, and then I'll use it again when I get close to the airport. But I don't do flight following because it's just really, really bad. And I don't do IFR because it's really, really bad. So we'll do pretend IFR. By the way, our flight level, I think we're going to do, let's do flight level, let's do 21,000 feet. Either that or 19. We'll see where we're at. But let's go ahead and announce our departure, and that we're taking off.
Kilo Lima Golf Uniform Traffic Adelyn Alpha 24 taking off runway 28 departure to the west.
Oh, hey. I also would like to record this for a replay. Okay, here we go. I'm going to check the elevator trim one more time. It looks okay. Alright, we're about 3 miles from the VOR. We're gaining altitude at a pretty good rate. So we really shouldn't have any trouble getting to 12,000 feet by the end of the departure here. We're above the 7,100 foot mark where we needed to be at about 400 feet per minute, or per nautical mile, sorry. Okay, we've reached the VOR. Go ahead and kick in autopilot here. Maybe. Oh, it's on heading hold. I don't like that. Never mind. Okay. Fix the trim. I know we were turning right. Okay. Okay. The trim up a little bit. Okay. Hit the CDI. And oops. I don't know why it's got us turning this way. And we're all over the place, guys. We'll get on track here. All right, we're almost on that GPS track. So that GPS should kick in just a second here. There we go. All right, GPS kicked in. And we are still climbing to 12,000 feet. And continuing on this departure. Alright, we're probably make a pretty hard bank here back to the right. We're kind of losing our airspeed quite a bit. So we're going to kind of slow our climb down. And I don't know why we're losing airspeed so bad. I don't know, where fuel conditioner is high idle, prop RPMs are high, throttle is all the way forward. Do we have a really strong headwind? Are we icing? Maybe that was it, because we're starting to see an increase in our Yeah, that must have been it. We must have been getting some icing on the airframe somehow. It was affecting it. I don't know. But that changed everything right there. That changed everything. Alright, let's zoom in here real quick and look at our route. So we're going to head up above Preston, Idaho, and do a loop, and then we'll come back down, we'll hit LHO again, and then we will be on our way to Salt Lake. But once we get to 12,000 feet, I could probably bail on the departure, because we should be well above any obstacles at that point. But we're getting so close to it that we might as well just, I mean, it might take the whole departure to get to 12,000 feet at this climb of 400 feet per nautical mile. Oh man, that airspeed. It went from like 79 up to 127, and it was when I turned the I bet our propeller was starting to ice. That might have been it. So I turned that on to max, and that took care of everything. Alright, we're above 10,000 feet. We can take our landing light off. And it looks like we might be breaking out of the clouds here in just a minute. Let's see where we're running over here. Everything looks okay. All right, so we are at 12,000 feet. And we are making the loop up here. We're going to turn and head back to the south and head towards Cedar City. So we're at 12,000 feet. Let's go ahead and climb to 19,000 feet. And we'll go at about 500 feet per nautical mile. We should be breaking out of the clouds here soon, but let's go ahead and... oh man, I forgot to start this. I forgot to start the old Neofly. Forgot to hit that red button. But here's a little hack for you. If you go in here, we're going to do the replay.
500.
Okay, so we got the replay. Let's go ahead and hit that now. So we'll hit that now, and they'll think we're taking off right now. So. Alright, so here's the replay of our takeoff. Alright, let's do it one more time. And we will go passenger point of view here. Let's see. We'll pretend like we're sitting here. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that. Alright, no idea why it's doing that. It didn't do it on our original takeoff, so... Alright, well that's good enough. Let's go ahead and catch back up. And this is where we're at now. I'll get back in the cockpit. What are we doing here? Okay, we're just going to head to the Wasatch VOR. We're just going to go bypass what was left of that departure. Alright guys, I'm going to skip out for just 1 second. I'll be right back. We'll let the autopilot fly for a minute. I won't be long. Just 1 second. Alright guys, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Probably not. Man, I don't know if we're going to break out of these clouds for good or not. Alright, I don't know where I put my phone, and my wife may be calling me. I don't know. I'll be right back. Oh hey, look at that. We are out of the clouds. And approaching 16,000 feet. Alright. Alright, we are 43.5 miles away from the Wasatch VOR, which is near Salt Lake International Airport. And I think we'll get to 19,000 feet, and we'll call that good for our cruise altitude. Looks like we have some weather out west of us a little ways. Or east of us, sorry. But quite a ways away from us and away from our track. It's clear out by Vernal. We are over the top of about Brigham City right now, Sardine Canyon. We'll go over Hill Air Force Base in Ogden. Go over Salt Lake International Airport. Head down to just west of Provo. Eagle Mountain area right here. And then we will head to the southwest to Milford right here. And as we approach Milford, maybe somewhere right in here, we'll see what the weather is like in Cedar City and start planning for our arrival. And once we get to Cedar City, I might call it good for the stream, because at that point my kids might be home from preschool, and it just becomes a shit show after that. So pretty much impossible to stream until they go to bed, because they are they're loud. It looks like we've got a little bit of a headwind. And it's coming from the west. Yeah, the Kodiak is having a hard time getting up to 19,000 feet. Normally it doesn't have much of an issue. You can see the tops of the mountains down by Ogden. And the Kodiak it's such a cool little plane. It's just so freaking versatile. Extremely versatile little plane. It's a turboprop. It might not have the top speed of like the PC-12, but it's got great short fill takeoff capabilities. Let's set our barometer to standard here. Was there a button to go to standard? Whoops. Hate when I do that. Alright, well, we're at standard, so... And we got about 700 more feet to climb, and we will be at our cruise altitude. Again, some mountains above Ogden, Utah right here. The Wasatch Range is here on our left. And then over here on our right, off in the distance right here, you can see the Ochre Mountains. And they are out to the west of Salt Lake City. I used to live like right at the base of them. When my wife and I were first married, we lived out here. Pretty good cloud cover over Salt Lake. Take a little screenshot. Probably better turn the oxygen on. We got passengers dying back there. Alright, so we're about 4 miles away from the Wasatch VOR. So we are just about over Salt Lake City. The downtown area of Salt Lake City is right about there. Underneath this, on the other side of this mountain, all through right in there. I'm going to go ahead and swing my heading around here. Try to keep a little cleaner cockpit. Swing my heading bug around. Oh wow, it's freezing up here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and we'll turn these on auto. Get some heat back there. Sorry guys. You guys are paying a lot of money just to get to Cedar City, or to Kingman, Arizona. Probably should make it a comfortable flight. Gonna get these last couple of VOR frequencies in just to, like I said, keep a clean cockpit. Alright, so there we have the Fairfield Provo one, our next one in. It's only 19 miles away. And then we've got the Milford one in, just in case we need it. And as you can see, we've got some wind here. It's about 15 knots coming from the west and a little bit of a headwind. The outside air temperature is minus 27 Celsius. Our transponder is still on VFR, VFR. And it's on standby. That's nice. Should probably not put it on, or probably take it off of that. All right. Flight plan back up. No, I don't know what we're going to want to be at Milford. I'm going to wait on that one. Because when we hit this Milford VOR, we're only going to be 40 miles away from Cedar City. So we may not want to be at 19,000 feet. We may want to have already started our descent by then. Probably not, but just in case, I'm going to leave that until we see what the weather's like in Cedar City. Right now, it looks like the wind has died down. It's clear, and looks like the weather's pretty good at this point in Cedar City, but subject to change. We're still, I don't know what, 135 miles away or so from Milford. So we're about 175 miles away from Cedar City at this point. And we are about to hit the FFU VOR, 7 miles away. So over here is the top of the mountains above Provo. Oh, and for some reason it kicked us out of nav old. Let's see if we can get back in it. Kicked us out of GPS mode for some reason. Maybe I accidentally hit the heading mode button with my finger while I was changing the VOR frequencies. Alright, guys. Let's jump back in the cockpit here and see where we're at. Alright, so we just passed the Frenzy intersection, and we are heading towards Milford. It looks like we should be there in about 30 minutes. It's 79 miles away from here. And let's see. It looks like the wind has started back up just a little bit in Cedar City. It's only 3 knots, so fairly calm. And I may go ahead and just kind of make a preliminary plan of an arrival. My wife at the moment is picking up my kids from preschool, and they should be back within the next, I don't know, half hour or so. So in the next little bit, I'm going to mute my microphone because when they get back, it'll just get loud and crazy. And so sit back and enjoy some of the scenery. I'll stay with you here while we try to make a plan for our arrival into Cedar City. So let's see. We're just about to Delta. And it looks a little bit cloudy down to the southeast of here, which is kind of the area that we are heading to. Alright, let's pull up Navigraph quick. Kind of do this before my kids get back so I can talk you all through it. And then if by chance my kids go upstairs or something, I'll unmute my microphone and do some commentary again. But let's see. Alright, so we're heading into Cedar City. It is VFR at the moment. And there's not a lot of wind. Let's just double check here. So yeah, 320 at 3 knots, 10 miles of visibility, broken clouds at 10,000 feet, and that's the ceiling. It's 43 degrees Fahrenheit, so well above freezing. The dew point is 25 degrees. Humidity 49%. Shouldn't have much of an icing issue or anything like that. Looks pretty good. The runways available for us at Cedar City, we've got runway 02 and runway 20. 8,653 feet by 150 feet wide. Pretty good sized runway in Cedar City. So let's maybe try to land on we'll do runway 02 for now. So we will add runway 02 to our route. There's no arrivals available for that runway or for either runway for that matter. So we're just going to look into the approach that we want to take. And most common, we can either do the RNAV runway 02, and that's pretty much it. That's the only. I mean, we could do the ILS and then circle the land, but so we will do the RNAV approach. Let's look at the map here and see what transition we're going to want to take. It looks like we're going to take the barrel. Let's see. If we're going to do the O2, yeah, let's do the barrel transition. So we'll do the O2 barrel transition. So we're going to meet it right here, out west of the airport, and circle around. there's a really good-sized mountain right in this area right here, and it's going to help guide us around that if it is cloudy, which it might be a little bit. It does say there's broken clouds 10,000 feet, but we should be all right. But that will get us around to this runway 02. We zoom in here. I've landed on this runway many times in Flight Simulator, but mostly with the A20N Airbus commercial airliner. So runway 02. And the RNAV approach with the barrel transition. Okay. So let's go down here to our GPS. And let's select our approach for Cedar City, and we're going to do the RNAV 02 approach. Hit enter, and we will do the barrel transition. Enter, and let's take a quick look and see what our minimums were. Alright, so straight in landing runway 2. We do have LNAV and VNAV, so we need to have 2 1/3 miles of visibility. We got that. 6394 is the decision altitude, 802 is the height. What was it asking us for here? Oh, come on. So let's do 6394. Let's do that. Alright, so 6394. It's going to take a while. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Man, this is going to take forever. Almost there. Okay. Okay, so we're 49 miles away from Milford. Let's go ahead and let's see. See if we can pull this up here, and we can. Okay. Barrel transition is up here. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. We're not northbound. We're not westbound. Right, let's look at this. So we need to be at 10,900 feet at Sulky and 11,000 feet from Barrel to Feeded. All right. So this is really a pretty approach, actually, because we come down here from the north, and there's this huge mountain right here that will kind of cut around the north side of it, and then there's this corridor that we go up through to land at Cedar City, and over here you've got like Red Rock Cliffs and Kolob Canyon, and down over in this area is like Zion National Park. So this is really, really pretty approach if we're able to see any of it. So our initial descent for Barrel, I'm going to put it at 12,000 feet. It's not really saying where we want to be at Barrel. This safe altitude here is 12,600 feet. But most of the higher peaks are over here on the right, or down here south of us. Over here, everything is pretty low. So I'm going to go with 12,000 feet for our initial. So I mean, we've got the feeded waypoint at 11,000. We can just keep that. So that will, so that will put us above 11,000 when we hit Barrel. So our top of descent, we're about 25 minutes away from our top of descent. Our target is 414 feet per mile. Our target is 1.5 degree descent. We can change that if we want, but I think it's okay. Let's go ahead and zoom in here as we come down towards Milford. We're getting there, guys. We're almost there. We are getting there. We've made pretty good time once we leveled off and started our cruise. Sorry, I went quiet there for a little bit. Was just kind of browsing through Facebook and saw that guy that I went to high school with just died from a heart attack. And that kind of shakes me up a little bit. Well, a lot. Because I had a heart attack about 7 years ago. And I don't know, he wasn't as lucky as I was. It could have been me. And it still could be me. So, I don't know. Just, he was only 44 years old. I was 37 when I had my heart attack. It's been 7 years, and I still don't take great care of myself, so I got to do better. Got to do better. Got to do better. My kids need me around. So I'm a little bit shook up from that, but all right, we should be at the Milford VOR in about 12 minutes. Let's see if we can contact Cedar City. I think we should be within range. Oh, I hate how it does that. Alright. Alright, I gotta move this because alright, well, guess we're not close enough yet. We're getting there. Cedar City will show up pretty soon. Alright, everybody's comfortable back there. We got the oxygen on. Am I seeing our top of descent? Yes. Wait a minute, though. Why? Okay. Something's not right here. Let's look at this. This is having us go to the Cedar City Airport and then out to barrel, and that's not what I want, actually. Yeah, there's no reason to go from Cedar City. Let's just go directly to barrel. There we go. That's much better. Okay, so now we'll go directly from Milford to barrel with our top of descent right here. So we're approaching our top of descent. And try to have a descent rate of around 400 feet per minute. And we're now about 10 minutes from our top of descent. Now that we fixed that little unnecessary step in our route. So Cedar City, or Milford, Beaver, Milford area, or Fillmore, the Milford, Beaver, all that area down here is kind of down this valley right there. Alright, let's zoom in a little bit more here. Make sure we can see our top of descent. I used to be really, really good with this plane. But I went a really long time without flying it. And so now it feels a little bit new to me. Also, back when I was flying this plane a lot, I didn't have my flight stick or my throttle quadrant or my rudders, my rudder pedals. I just had the Xbox controller, so I got really good with this plane with the Xbox controller, but it's a completely different feel with all of these other peripherals that I've got going on now. But hopefully we can put her down nice and softly, and if my kids and wife permit, I'll stay on and we'll fly the rest of our route to KIGMAN. If not, I might have to save that for another day. This time of year is kind of fun to fly on Flight Simulator if you use live weather, because you start getting into a lot of different bad weather situations, whereas you know you could in a lot of places you can go through most of the summer without encountering too much. Last spring, actually, I remember flying. I always fly with live weather, so during the spring I was doing a lot of flying in the Pittsburgh area and the Northeast, and had to do a lot of IFR flying, a lot of precision approaches, a lot of ILS and GPS landings. and deal with a lot of low visibility, a lot of rain, a lot of snow, and a lot of wind. It was fun, and so we might be starting to get back into that time of year. If I remember, it wasn't as bad in the fall last year as it was in the spring, at least up where I was flying a lot in the Northeast. And you know, I had this series going where I was doing the career mode on Xbox. It was I hadn't seen Neofly at the time, but basically, and I had made this up from scratch just by myself. But I was basically doing a lot of what Neofly is, just on my own, just making it up myself. And I may get back into doing that and do a series like that, but use Neofly as the kind of the roadmap for that series, and do it kind of the same way I was doing it before, but just with a little structure that is less out of my hands. So I'm looking into doing that. To do that, though, I kind of need another laptop just to record footage with the capture card. I can record on this laptop while I'm flying, but it really affects, like, I get stutters sometimes, and it's not as high quality footage, so it's kind of hard. That I can't really justify doing that. But I think my wife has a computer that she doesn't really use a lot. She might let me use that just to record onto, and then I'll transfer it on to external hard drives and move it around. But I might talk to her about that tonight and see if I can borrow that laptop from her. It doesn't have to be a nice laptop. It just has to have some storage space on it to temporarily store some footage. So if I can get that all sorted out, I might start doing that. Okay, so we are 3 miles away from Milford, and our top of descent is going to be very soon. So I'm going to go ahead and start bringing our altitude down to the 11,000. Okay. And after we hit the Milford VOR here, I'm going to try to get the VNAV to work. It doesn't always work correctly for me, but it would be awesome if it did. Alright, so we've just hit the Milford VOR. Just made a slight little turn to the right. And we are headed to our top of descent. I'm just going to give it a minute or two, and then I will turn on the VNAV and see if it'll kick in for us. Alright, let's just go ahead and hit that vertical navigation button right now. And keep our eye on it and see if it kicks in. Right now it's in white and it says V path. We're wanting it to turn green and start navigating our way down to 11,000 feet. And we'll kind of keep an eye on our airspeed. All right. No, it hasn't kicked in yet. There we go. All right, it has kicked in. And we are going to start descending. We're going 125 knots. That's not super fast. But we are going to start speeding up with our descent. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the throttle back just a little bit. And we're going to want to be down to 11,000 feet at the barrel intersection, which is our transition to our approach. And then we will go from there. I think we're close enough we can contact Cedar City. And we're going to do runway 2.
Kilo Charlie Delta Charlie traffic Adelyn Alpha 2433 miles north flight level 185 inbound to land runway 2.
Alright. And then let's go ahead and set the frequency for the ATIS, which was 119.025, I think. I'm terrible at remembering numbers.
Kilo Charlie Delta Charlie, automated weather observation 1900 Zulu. Wind 309er at tree. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, few clouds at 3,100 feet, ceiling 4,600 feet broken. Temperature 60, dew point 10 C, altimeter 29er 79er.
Alright, so 29er 79er.
Kilo Charlie Delta Charlie,
So we're about to hit 18,000 feet. So we will go ahead and set the airport altimeter. To 29er 79er. Okay. And we're well under the speed where we could extend our flaps. Probably the first couple of let's see, at least one. Where's our flap limits? I swear it's here somewhere. POH. Was it down here by the flaps? Oh yeah, right. Right here. So yeah, under 120 we can go as far as 20 degrees of flaps. And we're at 124, so yeah, we're doing okay that way. Pull our chart back up here. So it's kind of crazy from all the way from here to here, from feeded to sulky. It's only going to allow us to drop 100 feet, and then from sulky to feedak, drop 1,000, and so forth. So that's that for right now. I'll see if I can remember that. Looks like there might be some snow up in the mountains above Cedar City. Go up through the Cedar City Canyon and head up towards Cedar Breaks National Monument. And a little further up the road, you could get to Bryce Canyon area. Our little airline has one of the lines is from Logan to Bryce Canyon. Can't remember if I've flown that one yet. All right, I'm going to have us slow down just a little bit. Just right down to about 120. Because we've still got 5,000 feet to drop before... Oh, actually, it's not barrel. I'm sorry. Never mind. I was thinking it was the barrel waypoint that we needed to be at 11,000, but it's the feeded waypoint. So I think our speed is okay, just a little above 120. Oh, little bump. Looks like we got a nice little headwind right here at this altitude. Alright, and I'm going to start the replay recorder now. So it looks like my wife and the kids are fairly close. I bet you $10 they walk in just as we're on our final approach. That's how it always goes. They'll come in, it'll be chaos. I'll get all distracted, and my ADHD will flare up. And it'll be a total disaster. All right, there's Cedar City right there. This is all Cedar City. All of this right through here. And the airport is like right in there somewhere. All right, we've hit Barrel. We're officially into our approach. Alright, so I've gone ahead and decreased my altitude hold to 10,900. So that will get us, let's see. So we're supposed to be at 11,000 right here. And that's what I had it set as, but I changed it to 10,900 because from here all the way over to Sulky, we're only supposed to drop 100 feet. So we'll go all the way to Sulky, and that's where we need to be at 10,900, and then we'll start a more rapid approach into the airport. So you can see on the chart here. The 10,900. Here's where we're at right here. Coming up on Feeded. We'll cut across here. Take a left. And so then we go 109, 99, 88 at, what is that, Sulky? Or Sweet, sorry. Sulky, Sweet, 88. And then 68 at Feebucks. And then our minimums is at 64. And the airport touchdown zone is about 56. So Cedar City, higher elevation than Logan actually. Oh, it's got our bottom of descent at Feeded. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to 11,000. And then we will probably need to set up the next waypoint ourselves, maybe? Let me make sure. Okay, it might act, we've got it all set up, so it might just automatically do it. That would be awesome. Okay, we're getting there. If my kids come flying through the door, I'm going to pause this for a second and go maybe try to stave them off for a few minutes while I land. So that might happen. Uh-oh, don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay. Man, that little freeze, I did not like that. This program is really finicky. Like, it tends to crash a lot. It'll go long stretches without crashing, but lately I've had it crash a few times, so it's got me a little bit on edge. Okay, let's see if the VNav put in our next. It did. Very nice. So we don't need to start descending until right before we get to Sulky. So about 4 minutes away. But let's go ahead and put our altitude down to that. And it looks like we've got the V path. The white V path right here. And when we hit that top of descent again, it'll kick over here into green and start taking over for us. Okay. Got a little bit of turbulence from this mountain here. Okay, I'm just going to do one quick little check on our fuel. Oh, there's my baby girl. Okay, I'm going to pause it, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Why are you going to be right back, Swan?
What?
Why do you say?
I'm doing a stream.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What dream?
It's streaming to YouTube, to the internet. Here, let's go out for a second. I'll be back, guys.
No kids, great.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry. Family got home, kids got home from preschool, and so they're going to be loud. But I'm going to go ahead and finish this landing off at Cedar City, and then we'll go from there, whether I continue on to KIGMAN right now or not. Chances are probably that it's going to be a not, but we'll see. Let's get ourselves into Cedar City safely, hopefully, here. It's kind of crazy how close to this mountain this approach takes us. So St. George, Utah is just on the other side of this mountain and down in this valley right here. And over here is Zion National Park. Sorry. Zion National Park is over here. This is like Kolob Canyon. Like up in this area. Make sure this is still recording. So yeah, we got some broken clouds up there, but pretty clear, nice looking day down here in Cedar City. All right, we're about to hit the top of descent. We'll watch the V-Path annunciator, see if it turns green and kicks in. So literally got just 100 feet to drop before hitting the sulky waypoint. And we are down under 100 knots. Let's kind of come back up over 100 knots. So we do not have any flaps out just yet. And we've hit our top of descent. It will not take us long to get down to 10,900. And we're going to start to make a turn. Okay, now we're headed up this corridor to Cedar City. And 9,900 is our next. And we actually need to be going right now, so. Go down to 9,900. And it looks like we missed the V path. That's not good. So we may have to do this one ourselves. The next one is Sweet.
Traffic Alpine Air 1849 are ready for IFR departure runway 20.
8,800. Okay, after that, what was it? Alright, Sweet at 88, Feebucks at 68. So I'm going to go ahead and go down to 68. Okay. All right, let's put our first notch of flaps down here. Help slow us down. Help us descend faster. Oh, and we just went under 10,000 feet, so let's see, it's down here. Our landing lights on. I'm going to go ahead at this time and turn off our de-icing. I'll leave the pitot heat on though. Okay. Well, we got pretty good visual of the runway here, so we might kick off the autopilot in a second and just fly it in ourselves. Let's let them know we're on final.
Kilo Charlie Delta, Charlie traffic Adelyn Alpha 24 is on final runway 2 to land.
We're pretty high, it looks. Alright, we could go the next stage of flaps. Down. And the next stage is at 108. Alright, let's go ahead and take over control. My controls here.
100.
Man, this thing taxis fast. Hard to keep under control. So we're going to turn the prop RPMs down. See if that'll help us. Oh, this is why. I'm still in high idle. We get down to low idle here. That helps a lot. Okay, so it is just the one passenger, 198 pounds, that are off here. Alright, 198-pound passenger is gone. Enter. Okay. Let's just jump into Neofly real quick. And see if there's anybody here at the Cedar City Airport that just might happen to be going to KIGMAN. Chances are pretty slim. And no. There is some people heading back to Logan, though. So, let's see. What do we have? Do we have room? Probably have room for this guy. No, maybe not. Oh, the engine's running. That's why. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and... I know this isn't the proper shutdown procedure, but there's a reason I do it like this. We're just going to kill it. And that's going to allow me to... Okay, so that's going to allow me to close out this Neofly job. Alright, 2 hours and 23 minutes from Logan. Aircraft stress respect bonus granted. Payload realism granted. My 1-star C qualification score, or sorry, 2 stars, 477 XP, okay. Use 759 pounds of fuel. The airport fee is $474. And they're unboarding the one passenger. Okay, so 28,819 is what we made. Right there. Okay. Alright, so if I would have shut down the aircraft properly, it would wipe out the replay. But since I didn't, the replay is still there. I also don't want Neofly to record the replay. So I'm going to come and make sure we got our money for our flight, which we did, 28,819. That puts us up to a clean $3 million pretty much. And so I'm going to close Neofly so that it's no longer tracking. Otherwise it will track this replay, and it has a tendency to do damage to your aircraft. So let's go back into this. And you know what? Let's move ahead. I don't want to do that whole half hour. Let's go from about right there. Okay. So it looks like this is just before we turn left to go up that corridor. And so there's St. George right there. So I haven't landed at this airport since I was doing my Southern Utah college football NCAA 14 Dynasty series. And at that point, I flew into this airport all the time because I was flying all the team's, quote, road trips. And it was kind of fun. So landing back at the Cedar City Airport brings back some memories from a little ways back. That was a fun series to make. I wish I could do some of those again. All right, we'll get a little passenger POV quick.